Hello, hello, guys. Damn, you're fast because me. It's been 30 seconds. Good to see you, though. Hope you're having a nice weekend so far. Do I heal? No, yeah, it's 3 health. No, I'm not healing. So another stream got notification. Nice. Nice. Just do this one. Bane plus. Oh yeah, it's the boss I'm at. Great. Let's just poison the fuck out of him. Poison the slime. Alright, he's gonna split, but I mean... he's practically already dead. Let's just make sure one of them dies at least. Someone's got an open mic, it sounds like. Let's figure out who that is real fast and mute them. Wow, this really is a baby game. How was the queue so fast? I feel like this happens every time though.
Hey yo, bro, I love you, but have you heard of push to talk?
Select your god.
Yeah, he said that. He said what needed to be said. Now, I don't know what to pick. Maybe I'll do an Odin game. I'll start boring, I suppose. This one's pretty nice. Sure. Boss and elite combats. I really don't like all these, man. I hate these. The choose. I feel like the negative is always just way worse than the positives on those. I don't like it. Alright, I'm gonna need a shop. Up there, I guess. It's a bit too far away for that one. I think we'll just choose the full-on RNG path on the right then. Bro, what is their team comp? I just realized they have 3 ADCs. Actually, use that now. Give him some poison. I mean, I guess I'm just against Apollo. It's my best guess. Which means it's just gonna be the usual pretty boring lane, to be real with you. Yeah, I think Odin is a good pick here. But I think he kinda always is. Yeah, okay, it's also Vegan Destroyer. Okay. So I'm just against the Apollo man himself.
This tiny thing is of use to me. Fine.
Not that it's news at this point, but I woke up late again. Which is also why my stream is 1 hour later than I would usually do when I try to stream. So I'm tired as fuck. I woke up when I was gonna stream this time, which is at 1. It's very late.
This is going to hurt.
Oh, sorry, man. This quest says I gotta beat you and take all your loot.
Prepare to be impaled.
Damn. Not that it would have mattered even if I stopped them. So much time left. Now, Apollo, I guess I put you right. Apollo could have been support as well, but I just saw it more like as a...
Minions have spawned.
I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it could have gone both ways. You're right. Yeah, he is. He doesn't even have an aspect, so I guess if I looked at that, at least that should have told me that he's not going support. So it's just full damage, Apollo, and it should be easy enough for me to deal with as an Odin, for the most part. It's gonna be shit, potentially, this early, because it's just an ADC, and he's gonna have a lot more attack speed and shit like that, but... Oh, fuck me, I also lost the creep. To make things worse. So, like, right now, I'm just gonna have to chill. Even more so, because I lost the creep.
Twice your skill and triple your XP.
Hey, Ragnar, I appreciate the raid. Hope you had a good stream.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Completed.
This is going to hurt.
No. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. We'll see how I do in solo now. I played mid all last stream. What do I even do here in this role now?
You're lagging behind, player. Maybe check your connection to reality.
There is no hope. Is there to be held?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Looks like your respawn.
Let's back off.
Isn't gonna work out.
Cancel that. Attack the beacon.
I think I'll just do a mystical mail, to be honest, this game.
Your right tower is under attack.
No, man, I was one auto away from that. I hate losing the big one.
It's a trap.
Be careful.
Enemy
Not a
missing.
problem.
Prepare to be impaled.
An enemy has been slain.
I mean, we do have an Artemis solo, so that's interesting.
Your
Or not
middle
solo,
tower is
jungle.
under attack.
Have fun.
I don't care about that right now, actually. I could just try and keep it on high HP and then just get it when I need it. Because it resets my cooldowns by like 50% or 15, right? Something like that. Could be interesting to bait a fight. Then just go yoink it and get some lower cooldowns.
Enemy missing right.
Unless it resets. Unless that's maybe it's just a visual glitch.
Enemy missing right.
On my way. Be careful.
Or not, maybe... Maybe he's just running around doing things. Did he take out red?
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain.
You're lagging behind, player.
Attack middle lane.
Okay, I can almost kill him. Just a little bit more. Whoops, leveled the wrong thing.
You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Your left tower is under attack.
Hey.
Yeah, the 3 cooldown is crazy when you just insta-pop it. If you want to get the stun out, I actually think it's a really cool idea. Like, it's channeling ability with 2 uses. And since one is less powerful, or like doesn't give you a stun or whatever, it will lower the cooldown if you just insta-pop it, and then give you something else. I think that's pretty cool. Because it's my one, you generally only had one use for it. You had to get the stun out, otherwise the use, like, ability is practically useless. And Smite 2, it's so powerful.
Enemy missing right. There is no hope.
Thanks.
Damn. I let him get his blue.
This is going to hurt.
I've beaten players with twice your skill and triple your XP.
Infernal flames, shield me. You're mine.
Gang. On my way.
Rain shall wash them away.
Damn it. I thought he was gonna be inside my ult. I get disrupted like twice.
Prepare to be impaled.
Alright, let's just go back. I want to be ready for when he comes back.
Enemies incoming right.
Oh, my new was real deep in there.
We go. Your middle tower is under attack.
I haven't met Pagana in a long time. Good to know that he never gave up the laughing.
Your middle tower is under attack. Battlefield command completed.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Gang left lane. On my way.
I'm gonna be a little bitch.
Ultimate is ready.
Almost fucked it up too.
Ally has been slain.
Enemy spotted. Spotted. Spotted.
Enemy has been slain.
Follow me.
He's not taking his back cams. It's good for me though.
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
Going to hurt.
I cannot damage it.
This is going to hurt. My hide grows stronger.
Alright, let's finish up Sanguine. I feel like I kind of want to go Pendulum Blade this game. It's a little late, but
under attack.
I think it would be kind of nice to have that extra cooldown and a little bit more damage.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's a trap.
I thought Carla was just gonna get him for free.
Enemy
Good new
has
ult
been
though.
slain.
Enemy missing middle.
Suppose I'll just focus the Apollo next time, make sure that he actually dies on time. Because I think we should have gotten both more easily there. But Shell also kinda came in handy for them.
Attack the gold fury. There is no hope.
Thanks.
Prepare to be impaled. This is going to hurt. There is no hope. Enemy missing right. Prepare to be impaled.
Okay.
Burned into your memory for all eternity. Alive. This is going to hurt. Enemy ultimate down. Infernal flame, prepare to be impaled. There is no hope.
Wash them away. Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
It's going well for me, but we're definitely still on a bit of a back foot on the left side of the map. Kinda getting cooked a bit. Just fair, I mean that's just kinda who you, but
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
This is my true power. Enemy missing right.
their objective damage is scary as fuck. We definitely do need more fire at all times.
Prepare to be impaled.
Enemy missing.
Enemy missing. Alive.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Infernal flame. There is no hope.
Is under attack. Sorry. Enemy has been slain.
He's not sorry. He says he's sorry, but he's not sorry. Let's be real here.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
Have
That's
fun.
too bad. Okay.
Well, fire is not a good call here.
Enemy missing right.
Retreat middle lane.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Attack the Gold Fury.
This is going to hurt.
On my way.
Let's just go help him out just in case.
There is no hope.
Yeah, they're all right.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Suppose I'll just go straight to fire
Your
though.
middle tower is under attack.
They essentially have 4 ADCs, dude.
Your middle tower.
Because Agni is also an aspect.
Too bad.
Defend.
Be right back.
Attack the tower.
In the right lane.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Okay, if he's not pushing, we should be able to do fire.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Going to hurt.
I guess not. We don't really have any ADCs around. Sucks we lost a tier 2 for this though, but I mean, he's gonna do this all game. Fuck it. It's back. Finish that up, and I'm definitely... Do they go crit? They are going crit. Fuck. Then I have
He's
to
got
go
no
for
jump.
this.
For now, I'm gonna jump on him.
Enemy missing right.
They're all in left.
Allies slay us.
That's not good.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I'm sorry. Fabuloso.
That's a pretty big pickup from Nua.
Jaguar.
It's probably just gone pyro to be honest, but whatever. I just don't like this Nua's calls so far. He's kind of going for objectives with no bases. Like, it doesn't matter if he can tank them without, you know, taking damage, but we can't really get them if their enemy team is around and we have like 3 people. And it's just me, him, and Gep. Like, what are we supposed to do? We can get 1 kill maybe like I do on Artemis, but that's about it.
Prepare to be impaled.
It's fucking Achilles, it's always around.
Your team has destroyed the pyramid.
Oops.
The rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower.
No, I let the stun. Damn it. I'm not sure how Kali died though. But whatever. Should work out. At least when the pushing situation.
Middle enemy tower.
I also didn't mean to press my ult when it came out there. I pressed it way earlier, but I guess there was some input delay, and he got his dash off anyway.
Has destroyed a left enemy tower. Cancel that.
Just not good position for no, unfortunately. I mean, I should probably still just go for Nemi.
Well, I don't know why we'd try and fight. We could have just defended whatever objective they went for.
Yeah, that was my bad actually. Sorry about that.
Wow, look at these souls. What a nice guy.
No, all good, man. They didn't pull fire, so like, we didn't have to do anything there, man.
They are doing it right now. Need help.
What's the HP on it? Can you guys see it?
Yeah. 5, 2, 1.
That sucks, man. That's really fucking shitty. I knew they could do it incredibly fast.
Nice try, dude. Nice try.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Just defend the Titan.
Need help right now.
Your Titan is under attack.
I mean, this is why I started playing mid, you know? It doesn't matter how tanky I am. I can sit in front of their faces, but I can't do enough damage to carry the games. Unless, like, they're actually giving me the time to be... Like, fucking hell. Whatever. That's really unfortunate. Back to mid I go. It's not like mid, it's just I don't know, I feel like it's easier to carry right now if you have an actual damage dealer. Maybe that's mainly in low elo games though, because a frontline can still absolutely carry the game, but in a game like that, it just feels so unsatisfying to lose something like that. Maybe I gotta start banning Hu Yi as well, because it feels like when I have people... Like, Hu Yi is just OP, I fully get it why people are losing to him, but... Yeah, it's tough. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. He's probably the worst thing I can meet as a frontline as well. His mark is just so good. might be a must ban. It was still pretty boring though, I will admit. Like, I definitely enjoyed playing mages more recently than I have frontliners, but I think it's mainly the builds. I think the builds is so boring to use now. I just can't be asked to. There's just so little skill involved with the build that I would prefer to just play something else, like a mage. I mean, it doesn't matter now, does it? I lost so much for that game too. Like 79? I haven't lost that much in a game for a while. No, it's not enough to kill. Oh man, I don't want to take more damage. Fuck. God damn it. Shit. I really want this, but fuck, this one is kind of good too. I want poison. More poison. No. Wow, I'm just being fucked right now in these random rooms. That works though. I think that does it, right? Yeah, perfect. I do hope, like, so far that game wasn't bad. Like, I actually think that was, in terms of just players in the game, it was okay. Like, it stings to lose a game like that, but at least the game overall was good. Like, it had people with hands. At least compared to last Saturday when I was playing, which was really not fun. So I'll still take it as a positive for now. I mean, I kind of need the block. I really don't want to take more damage. I'm just hoping it stays that way as well, but we'll see. Why did I use the first card, man? I've no... Fuck. I can't even play this game today. I'm taking so much damage for no reason. And they're gonna run away soon, too. And now I just don't get enough damage. That's great. I have to kill this guy next round then. But I think I can. Surely. Yeah. Good. going for that one, right? Got... Oh. Well, I was going for the vendor, but I guess I found one in a random room now. That both sucks and is good, I guess. Would have liked a little bit more gold. Whenever you shuffle? I didn't even know you could shuffle. Like, I might just ban the Houyi here. There's so much shit open anyway.
Select your god.
Giannis. Alright, what mage am I gonna stick my fingers into? That sounds really wrong. I don't know why I put it that way. Maybe I try some Merlin? Let's do Merlin. I haven't really played Merlin much, so let's do that. I gotta learn him eventually. I do not know what the fuck to build on this god though, so I'll just build my usual build, I suppose. Surely can't go very wrong with it. I mean, if I don't need that shop actually, I'll just go rest. What do we got? Ooh. Transform a card. Let's just do a normal... Pop. That's unfortunate. And I'm back to full health. Perfect. Okay. Guess I just have to take the damage again, because I'm not getting a single block card. Oh, actually, never mind. Thank God, now I actually have this one that gives me block if I don't have any block at the end of the round. It works. Calculated. Well, that didn't work out. Alright, what have we got in our hands in this one? About the same people as the last game, it seems. Is he a conduit character or is he a Sans character? I would imagine Sans. His cooldown seems pretty insane.
A little boost brewed by someone else for once.
And what do I even start with? Probably my 1, right? And to clear the wave, I then go fire. Like one transform fire. I would guess.
Minions have spawned.
Fuck. Didn't know I won yet. Let's try to 1. Yeah, I mean that's some... Ouch. Some pretty decent clear.
Retreat.
Flames dance, the frost bites, and I can mind over Mars.
Wow. That was a yoink.
Follow me. Arcane overload initiated.
I apologize sincerely.
Okay, man.
Be careful.
Frozen fury
Oops.
Try not shivering.
Your left
Incoming.
tower is under attack.
Damn, I really wanted that extra XP, because now I'm just behind. Because he just got fucking first blood.
Try not shivering. Snow clopper. Cold incoming. Try not shivering.
Be careful.
So,
Right.
stop. And he's getting the back camps as well.
Your right tower is
Frozen
under
fury
attack.
unleashed. Magic and might.
At least Thor is pretty far behind as a result of what went on here, but... Yeah, just getting that first blood kind of sucks for me.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Right.
I should probably run fire. I guess fire is probably a lot better for clearing stuff like this.
ultimate is ready. How?
Enemy ultimate down.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be right back.
Mind over mind.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left.
Ultimate is ready.
Yourselves. I've uncorked the good stuff.
Your left tower is under attack.
Incoming.
Guess I'll wait back until after this wave.
Now this is proper wizardry.
Enemy has been slain.
I just don't know what really to build. So I'll just go with my usual mage build, see how that works out. I think eventually I'm gonna have to go for something like Soul Gem. I think Soul Gem is great on him, but just don't know where to fit it in. Oh yeah, people go poly on him, don't they? Shit. Maybe that's pretty shit now that I went Chronos Pendant.
Your right tower is under
Magic
attack.
and might. Let's get risky. Enemy missing
Enemy
middle.
missing left. Enemy missing left.
Ultimate is down. Be careful.
Ally has been slain. Ally
Flash and dash.
An ally has left the game.
Oh my god, of course.
Frozen fury unleashed.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Your right tower is under attack. Enemies. Dead.
I've uncorked
I shall protect you.
Wrong target to ult, man.
center, please.
Yeah, it's just surrendering it out. I'm not sure why Uller. I guess he just rage quit, but suppose it helps me. Rough start today. Decent insight though, at least to how I maybe play Merlin early on, and I think I should go for the poly build as well instead. I just think it fits in way better. But it's something I feel like I'll have to practice too, Because I don't know how to auto-cancel with him. I've never done that. But it makes sense. I mean, you get a free knock-up on the stand switch, so you should get an easy auto at least out of that. And you have enhanced autos after you swap, don't you? It's almost surprising no one ever really did it in Smite 1. Unless they did, and I just didn't know. Well, these cards fucking suck. Like, what? Just one other damage card, man. Would have been great. I have to take that fucking damage to the face. Shit. I can minimize it at least, but... Shit. Unlucky gameplay. Yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. No, dude, I can't jungle. Fine. I mean, I guess I'll play DC instead. If everyone wants mid. If everyone's a mid main at this point in the game, then fuck.
Select your god.
Let's see if they want anything. I'll play some Apollo. I guess today's just variety. One solo game, one mid game, now we're going ADC. What's next? Keep watching to find out. It's not gonna be a jungle. And I don't really want to play support if I can avoid it, to be real with you. Dude, I'm not getting any damage items. Like, come on. I have to just sit here and fucking take this. Good thing I have fucking poison. Let's upgrade. Triple. Wow. Triple the poison with that one. Still don't think I have enough poison to really make that work though. Oh, I mean, that's OP as fuck on bosses though. I feel like I have to go for it. Ah, oh, shit, they confused me. Great. Alright. Where am I at? What am I against? To Ganesh Yi? Fuck. Not what I prefer meeting as an Apollo, I will admit, but... Maybe we go Aegis, because of the yield. And his damage output is fucking wild in Smite 2. The ultimate is so much damage that I almost feel like you need Aegis. If you don't have a jump. So let's try and do that. It's gonna be really scary against Ganesh though. But I feel like Ganesh is the only one where I quote-unquote need beats, so I will just go for that. Hope for the best. I'm gonna have to rely on my mess a lot in this one.
Yes. I'll take one of those.
This one will probably depend a lot on supports, because I already came up both alright. So we'll see how good the supports are pressuring the ADCs. Shit's gonna be scary regardless. I will live my life being scared of an elephant in this game.
Minions have spawned.
That little fight is kind of interesting. I actually think that's a really cool idea, to kind of force a fight a little bit in duo early on, just for that little extra gold. Because you don't have to fight for it either. It's very chill. Like, whether you get it or not doesn't really matter, to be honest. Wow, we're at level 2 so late.
Nice job. Careful middle.
Huge. I mean, who you just jumping in was definitely definitely a risky move. Fortunate. Yeah, I mean, I was probably gonna die anyway, so might as well just go for that one at least. What's up? How is this? How is the queue? It's not been great so far, but that's what I would expect, to be honest, on an early Saturday. Early-ish. It's getting better, maybe. First game was an alright game. It just sucks that we ended up throwing it. Second game was just an early rage quit, and we surrendered before 10. So that's about it. The day hasn't really shaped itself yet.
That's too bad. Be careful, right. Enemy missing left.
Okay, Pele isn't around, so we might be able to do something.
Rain shall wash them away. Ally has been slain.
Unfortunate. Probably knew she was coming, to be honest. Should've just gotten out. Should have known. She's been there twice, though. I'm not very sure where our Susano is running around. But he has been dying a bit as well himself, so... How's it going, game? Hey, Wolfie. It's going alright. Could be better, could be worse. It's in the middle at the moment. It's going better than what I would have expected in the middle of a Saturday. Let's put it that way.
Your left tower is under attack.
Some other time.
No problem.
Enemy ultimate down.
Nice job.
It is pretty much going as I would have expected, though. Like, it's just... In a matchup like this, it's just so much based around which support is being the most aggressive. Because Hui is really good at level 1, like, early as well, but... He can't really do much early on if he doesn't have a support that's not being aggressive with him. I kind of placed myself for that one, didn't I? I'll take advantage of his early game as much as I can, though. Since Hui's early game isn't great.
They hit like a baby.
Your right tower is under attack.
Be careful left.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
I can't really go in on this. That's gold for them, I guess. Fuck, I didn't know I couldn't buy it. No. I mean, to be fair, I don't really think that's on Kukulkan. People are pinging Kukulkan, but like, it's just Susanoo for being too aggressive alone. He's just getting initiated on. It's definitely not on Kukulkan. Susanoo just needs to sit back a bit more when he's alone. He's clearly going for something that he shouldn't be going for. If he's being collapsed on by 4 people.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies have returned to base.
No problem.
Enemy missing. Enemies have returned.
Destroy the left enemy tower.
Retreat.
No problem. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta chill, boys. Nice kill. I ain't taking risks this game.
The Pyromancer.
I want to stay ahead. Shit, where is it?
That'll come in.
I'm gonna go crit. I feel like it fits Apollo best. I'm not a huge fan of the big attack speed build on Apollo.
Enemy has been slain.
And I just think he plays really well with Lunibow. It's probably the main thing.
Enemy ultimate down.
Take this hero.
Be careful left.
Enemies in left lane. No problem.
Attack right.
Let's back off.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Probably Demon Blade next. It's either Demon Blade or just go straight to Deathbringer. I might just go straight
Your
Deathbringer.
middle tower is under attack.
Get it over with while I can. Nice and early.
Okay.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
Attack the Gold Fury. Help.
On my way.
Didn't realize how much damage I was fucking taking here. Oh. I'm going for it.
Enemy missing middle.
Okay, he's not rotating. Good. Dude, who yield fucking slaps. It's crazy how much that just fucked me up. I didn't even realize how much damage I was taking from that. Because originally I didn't even think that was a bad fight to take. But his ult fucked me up so hard, man. Dude, what is my team even doing? Am I the only one getting fed over here? We're losing super hard everywhere else, it seems.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful.
As long as they just don't die, we get a tower for a tower at least.
Enemies behind
Retreat.
us. Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way. Chase the enemy. Immune pressure.
Alright. Let's get Death Bringer. Slowly getting my rage up as well. The question is here, if I go pin next,
Your middle tower is under attack.
I kind of would prefer some more attack speed, to be real with you.
Tower.
Maybe an Audibo could also work. No, I don't think I want to do Audibo.
Attack middle. Attack middle.
I want to rotate more and help out my team.
On my way.
Get him! No! It looked so good.
Enemy spotted.
Be right back.
Come back to me. I want to be a part of it.
Your left tower is under attack. Range, wash them away.
Attack fire giant.
Your left tower is under attack.
Holy fuck, stop attacking me.
Destroyed the fire tower. Allies slain.
Let's make sure the creeps don't see me here. If we use little pushes, I'll be there.
Your left tower is under attack.
Why did he come with me? Now I'm just out of mana. That wasn't the plan. Oh well. Nice of Janus. Yeah, he was helping us out. What a nice man. Was a decent attempt from him, but there's not really much to do once you actually just ult in there. He potentially wasn't expecting people to be right in front of him at the time. At least this time I was ready with my Aegis if I needed to. Which I should have done last time I faced against him. They don't even need me for that.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I'll attack left lane.
Enemy ultimate down!
Enjoy yourself.
Attack middle lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Attack middle. Yoroshiku.
Enemies in left lane. Attack middle lane.
Yes.
Like, we're really not that, like, we're still behind in XP on some characters here.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
That's actually big. Maybe we can push mid then. With who yield down. They're winning in mid, I guess. That kind of sucks, though. She does so much damage, I didn't even have the chance to Aegis.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. She's also pretty tanky, for some reason. Maybe not, maybe I just didn't get the chance to hit her.
Retreat.
I don't know what my last item should be. I'm almost tempted to do a Hydras. Okay, I guess as a Sano it's not hard to kill her. Let's do Oboe.
Fabuloso. Enemy ultimate down.
At this point in time, I really want more attack speed. I do think the best item for this build will probably be Dagger Frenzy though. Just pop that before I miss and get a big Looney Bow combo.
Enemies behind us.
That's too bad.
Attack fire giant.
On my way!
I'll show love.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Just need someone to tank it.
Attack fire on my way.
Once you are in my coil.
Destroyed the fire giant. Take this go to
Oh my god, go away. How long does that last? He's over there. He's all the way over there. He must have placed it pretty recent then.
right enemy tower.
Your skills are his attack fire giant.
Your left tower is under attack.
Swallow
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Retreat!
Damn. Clean. Can buy both. It's definitely calculated as well. Oh, now I know what I forgot. I forgot Sunbeam Bow. Shit. That's what I should have had. Oh well.
ultimate is down.
There's just more mana depending on how many people are in the chariot. Yes. Yes it does. Up to 3. So if there's 3 people in there, it absolutely destroys your mana. You cannot go very far. So I think it's a good way to balance it out.
What is it with people thinking I am a feather?
That worked out pretty well. It's just nice that people were mostly just listening to the calls. Like sometimes we definitely had one of our front lines maybe overstaying a little bit. Didn't get picked, so they still worked out, but with the highest player damage, but I was just split pushing my ass off. We go again. I might actually play ADC today, man. Maybe it's an ADC situation we go with, and not mid. Maybe I just want to be left alone in a different lane than solo. Let's do that. There we go. I'm an ADC mid main now. Until solo is more fun. Or at least just more varied. I'm not gonna play the same shit every game, I'm tired of it. Hello, Winari. Good to see you. Fuck, I should discard this one. I forgot. Not that it matters, actually. Can use it anyway. Now, being confused is nice when all your cards are cheaper, but it's not very nice when everything costs 3. Confusion here is a stat that will make your cards cost random shit from 0 to 3 out of your 3 resources. And if it's great, if it's free, but it's not very great if it's not free, then it sucks. Read, lose 1 HP, lose 2 HP, lose 3 HP. Obtain the book and lose 10 HP, sure. Start of each combat, add a random power into your hand. Oh yeah, I've had this a few times. That's pretty decent. As long as I can heal it back up, I should be fine. Why do I not get any block? Give me some blocking cards, man. Thank God I got the other one there. But still. Fuck it, let's try this one. That's pretty nice, actually. Just negate all his damage. Just do that. Pop that. Great, that worked out. And every time I use a potion as well, I heal, so that's another good reason to do it. Triple the poison. Yes. Cool. And we got boss time. Who do we have? Oh, this fucker. It's the one that ended my last run. Because it summons a bunch of minions. Just try and poison him as much as possible. I think the mistake I did last time was I ignored his minions. I don't think I should do that this time. That turned out to be a mistake. Don't care about any of them. I just don't know if I have the AoE to actually deal with them. That's my main concern. Okay, that's one of them at least. Now I just need a really good hand, so I can use all my strength. Well, that doesn't really work out for me, to be honest. I don't know why I didn't just discard the useless card. Smart. Yeah, no worries, Winara. Go grab the cake. You gotta tell me what cake it is after, though. That's actually not bad. Let's grab that. So he should die and do 39 damage to the boss. Nice. That's huge. Yeah, they just fucking respawn. No mercy. And I've been debuffed. Think I just have to focus everything into the boss then? I will take a fuck ton of damage this game though. Let's use both of these. Just do as much damage as I can before I take a huge hit. Boss should be dead next round, so should be good. Yeah, he dies to poison next time. Ouch. Good thing I get a full heal in the next round after killing a boss. Yeah, scrap that. Doubly effective with potions, that's decent. Upon pickup, gain a curse and 3 relics. Attacks that cost 4 deal 4 additional damage. Interesting. Alright, what do we got here? What ADC do I want to play this time?
Select your god.
I'll pick the Hu Yi this time, because I don't want to deal with that again. I think next time when I actually play ADC, I should just ban it. It's the worst thing I think I can meet. He's just so much more powerful than everything else. I am tempted to do this one. 3 relics could be huge. Let's do it. What curse did I get though? Okay, just a random card. That's honestly completely fine. When you will deal 4 damage less, increase it to... Okay, that's decent. Start your second turn and block, that's also good. At the end of the turn 7, deal... Okay, that's very good as well. Alright, great. Worth. What if I do this one? That seems decent. This isn't really great, to be honest with you. This is kind of a weird start. Hello, Yeto. How are the games? They're alright. Right down the middle. Could be worse, could be better. I'm just chilling in ADC today so far. Actually, well, one mid game that was early surrendered, and one solo game that I won very hard in my lane, but still ended up losing eventually. But yeah, I mean that happens, you know. What can you do? Surely this is a Sunbeam bow build. That's the thing, like what do you actually build? Because I think I would do... What's my second item? Turfing, I guess? Yeah, let's do that.
Yes.
Into maybe an Audibo. An early Audibo into... Sunbeam Bow then? That does delay pen a lot though. Because I'm gonna need Titans. I didn't realize Titans had 50 strength. That's kind of crazy. Doesn't that feels way bigger than a 60 int, doesn't it? 50 strength on items is kind of crazy. In general. Just compared to all the other items. When you look at int, 60 int is fucking nothing. Compared to like the big items. Like Spear and like Doom Orb and shit. That's kind of strange. Turfing, Oboe, Exi, Sunbeam. I don't think I want to go Exi. I would rather go Titans. I'm not a huge fan of Exi. I tried it yesterday as well, but I think Exi is just kind of mediocre at the moment. But yeah, I'll definitely go Turfing after Devos.
On my way. Be careful middle.
And then probably Oboe into Sunbeam. There's a slight chance that I will delay the Sunbeam and go for Titans instead, depending on how the game is looking, but
Minions have spawned.
that's something I'll take if we even get there. It just didn't move. Definitely a very calculated bounce as well, boys. You saw that bounce? I planned it. Definitely. Yo.
We're still having fun.
Damn. My one wasn't up yet.
Crumbs, I'm very sorry.
Unfortunate.
Enemy spotted. Gank.
It was a good block, honestly, if my one was up in time.
The rain shall wash them away.
But it weren't.
Fine. Fine. Here it comes. Attack right lane. Enemy has been slain. Host is ready.
Fortunate.
We're still having fun.
Good Neathold as well. I don't know if I want to invade here, to be honest.
Enemy spotted.
Kind of risking my bolts for this.
Sorry. Be careful right. Be careful left. Retreat left.
Incoming.
Unfortunate. Here it comes! Retreat!
Seriously?
The rain shall wash them away!
Out of mana.
Yes. Take
Right
this
back.
jungle buff. Your middle tower is under attack. Sorry.
Curse you. No problem at all.
Sucks we lost purple. Would have liked that. And then Sobek took this one. Shit, what was I buying again?
No.
Right, turfing.
Unfortunate. Your
Oh,
middle tower is
so you're
under
listening in on me. I see how it is. We got a listener. That's good though, that I can say shit. I can scream for help. He'll come running for me. Right?
Is ready.
Yes.
Enemies incoming
Good.
right.
Retreat right lane.
Hopefully I won't need it. At least not into Medusa. Maybe Merc though.
Retreat right lane. Fine. Attack the gold fury. Attack the gold fury.
I went for it. And I missed. No! My dash is up so soon.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Did not expect the Avengers to pop up on that purple buff.
Falling back.
That's okay though.
Careful middle. Take this jungle bomb. Gank right lane. Your left tower is under attack. Ward here.
14 seconds.
Retreat right here. Oops. Spotted. Be careful left. Retreat left. Your left tower is under attack.
I think she dies to that.
Your right tower is under attack. Move like a jaguar. Enemy in right lane. Be careful. Here it comes. Be careful right.
One more wave and I'll grab turfing.
Attack middle lane. On my way.
Then I'll probably just jump him again. I don't think he has any counterplay really when his ult is down either.
Retreat right lane. I'll gank. Watch out. Left lane. Okay. Enemy missing right. Your right tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready.
Here it comes. Be right back. Your right tower is under attack.
See with stun and jars? Yeah, I'm tired of the aspect. And I think the stun is what makes him really fun to play. Not to mention just losing this bounce on the one feels rough, man. It's so powerful.
Incoming right.
Well, I'm dog shit, I guess.
Behind us. Behind us.
I thought that hit for a second. I'm sad it didn't.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Enemy ultimate down. Retreat. Retreat. Your right tower is under attack. Here it comes. Sorry. Attack left lane. Careful left. Enemy spotted. Yeah. On my way. Be careful. On my way. Retreat middle lane. Retreat middle lane. Retreat middle lane.
Ultimate is ready.
Attack the Cold Fury. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Okay. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry. Enemy ultimate down. Down.
Actually, I'll wait back in. We'll just wait my TP so I can actually just
Be careful left.
get straight back into the action.
Your middle tower is under here it goes. Enemy missing left. Ally has been slain.
Welcome back, Wanari. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm gonna need to get Titans this early, so
Middle lane.
into Sunbeam Bow we go.
Your right tower is under attack.
He's not really that far behind me, all things considered. Not sure where he's getting all his farm from.
Your right tower is under attack. Watch out! Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing. Here it comes!
At least he speeds as well.
That's too bad. Retreat left lane.
Oof. It's kind of clenching a little bit for that one, to be honest. She was so fast.
Incoming.
Retreat left lane.
Goddamn regrowth. Yeah, he got me pretty good. I had to be more careful. Well, I forgot Merc 1 goes over walls now, so I was kind of staying out of range, but never mind. Never mind, I guess.
The rain shall wash them away.
Still might jump up.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies of the Cold Fury.
Your left tower is under attack. Retreat! Please.
I'm still a level ahead at least on the Medusa. Does suck that I'm kind of losing out on XP here though. Regardless. And my tower.
Enemy missing left.
We do need some wards though.
Retreat middle lane. Retreat middle lane. Retreat middle lane.
No worries.
Definitely can invade the purple as long as I don't know where the Merc is now.
Enemies at the Cold Fury. Retreat. Retreat right lane. Help middle lane. Help middle lane.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, bye.
Medusa
Bye.
beats. Thor, stop being so scared. They have no beats. I mean, I don't know why he's going on these two when the front line or the back line is just alone. But whatever. I guess I shouldn't rely on Thor. He knows best.
Like a jaguar. Ooh. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
We do have a Vulcan as well, which does make it pretty rough. It's not really a character that can deal with, like, be as useful as Cabrakan.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
That being said, I do think the main issue is that Thor is playing so scared. Like, they also have Medusa. He hasn't ganked her a single time. It's the easiest pick for Thor to ever gank. He just walls her off. But what do I know?
Okay. Here it comes. Have fun.
They go here. No, Winari. But yes, also kind of. Actually, not that wrong.
Enemy missing middle. Retreat.
From what I'm seeing, though, Thor is just never on this side. I wish he was. We could easily fight. Medusa is straight up the freest kill of all time. But I also don't know what he's doing right now. We're trying to gank the Cabrakan, like... Not too sure what the plan is.
Retreat left lane. Retreat left lane. On my way. Gank. Ultimate is ready. Gank. Beware. Here it comes. Enemy slain.
Save yourself. Enemies incoming.
Fury. Get it.
Yeah, Sunbeam is really stupid. This is like the first time I'm buying this in a long ass time, but it is so much damage, and when you combine it with Death Toll late game, you aren't really losing mana either. You're just gaining so much.
Awesome. I'll defend right lane.
Like, everyone is taking jungle camps from Thor right now.
The pyro has arrived. No problem.
Like, the feeling of being jungle when you're behind and everyone is taking buffs is just, it's the worst. I hate that shit. It's one of the reasons why I don't feel like playing jungle ever.
On my way. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
No. want to keep an eye on gold, but I really want it back here. At least buy Death Toll and or Titans.
On my way.
Probably gonna finish Titans first.
Turn to base. Here it comes. Defend middle lane. I'm building stacks.
Fuck, I should have farmed for just a more 100 gold. No! I didn't realize it was that cheap. Shit. And yeah, Sobek, if you can still hear my voice, can we get some deeper words, like on top of their jungle? Because
Enemy team.
then we can actually start looking for something more.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Because we should look for picks with our comp.
Enemy ultimate down.
Ah, shit.
I'll attack right lane. Be careful, middle. In range, wash them away.
Pretty mana hungry now. Should be a lot easier to deal with once I have this. What do I go last though? I don't think that far.
Be right back. War here.
Definitely some kind of attack speed. Probably just Dagger Frenzy, to be real with you.
Be careful, middle. Enemy missing left. Be careful. Enemies in right lane.
Okay, Merc's mid now. I'm a bit of, the only character I think I'm afraid of on their team at the moment to just assassinate me is Merc. I do not want to deal with him.
Enemies at the fire giant. Enemies at the fire giant. On my way.
That's my bad for being left, actually.
Your team has destroyed the fire.
Huge.
I'm the greatest. Japan. On my way. An enemy has been slain. The pyro. Move like a jaguar.
Oh, I'm so slow! Why am I so slow? Oops. I'm not used to Sunbeam Bow, I'm just sitting here losing all my mana. For no reason. I forgot it's a channel thing, that it's just when it's active it gets your mana, but not when you hit anymore. Like it used to be.
Your team has destroyed the middle enemy Phoenix.
Enemies in enemy
No, I'm cooked. I'm sad. Bad jump. And really rough timing that the fact that fucking Capricorn shows up. Actually, is Cabrakan high on health? No, not really. Man, I don't know what to build. It feels like the last item is really awkward. Learning bow is probably still good.
Destroyed the pyromancer.
Hasten could be fun, but dagger would give me the most like value, I think, as long as I use it right. Do you ever play during the night? No, not really. I like to sleep during the night, to be real with you. I mean, I have a dog. I kind of need to have a decent sleep schedule, even though it's kind of shit at the moment. I go to bed at like 1 or 2-ish, sometimes 3 at the moment. So, maybe a little bit during the night, but not really.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, maybe I should have gone Fatalis this game. I actually think it's really nice it took a Bracken and Mercury.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
Wash them away.
I've got my eye on you.
Help! Attack! Attack!
Attack the Titan!
They hit like a wave. Attack middle lane. Retreat left flank. Attack middle lane. Slain an enemy. Pull some lightning. Very ready. Steady. Yeah!
Destroyed a left enemy tower.
I wanted the Cabrakan this time. Yeah, Sunbeam Bow is really stupid.
Victory.
I imagined like Rama can't be that bad when Sunbeam Bow is a thing, right? Surely not. Yeah, GG's deep dish. Like my usual playtime tends to be around this time. I don't really play much outside of my stream, to be real with you. I think Rama's bad because he gets caught too easily. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I do think he's the worst ADC by a mile. But I feel like this is a meta that if he's going to be good in any meta, this would be the one with Sunbeam Bow. Because late game Rama with that attack speed will fuck you up in seconds. If even a second. With that amount of attack speed. But I get you. Rama is definitely just not great. I kind of want to play a little bit of Rama though. Dude, I've played him once in Smite 2, maybe twice to get him to rank 1, but like, dude, I want to play Rama. He's so fun, but he's so bad in Smite 2. I might have to do it once, but I have to ban Hu Yi if I do. That will be an impossible matchup. I just have to. I think I need to be into a god that I can roll into them without just insta dying. I think Hu Yi would not work in that way. Honor is pretty scary as well, but I feel like the rest might be okay. Artemis I can beat. Colonels I can beat. Still kind of scary though. I'm not really sure I want to dash in, but you get the point. I want to ban the Afro this time though. Don't want to deal with that shit again. I'll put a ban Hu Yi regardless of what ADC I play, because I don't really want to play him that much myself. And he's just too OP.
Select your god.
Let's do Rama. I could do his aspect as well, maybe, to get like a good and nice amount of early clear. Not to mention the shooting through walls. Because I don't think, like, it does say you have severely decreased attack speed. But at the same time, you have so much attack speed in the current builds that surely that's okay. I think I will. I think the aspect is so cool. I want to do it. Now all I really need, I think, is a support that can play aggressive with me. Yeah, Sobek is perfect. It's exactly what we need. Yeah, he's still a good wave clearer, but I think that's something that is just significantly less valuable in Smite 2. Because the waves are just so easy to kill now. That's why Hu Yi is as good as he is too, because he's always been one of the best 1v1 ADCs in the entire game. And now that he doesn't struggle with clearing the wave, he can just go absolutely apeshit on you. It's kind of the same with Nim in solo. She doesn't struggle clearing the wave that much anymore. But in Smite 1, she couldn't clear the fucking wave for the life of her. She was so bad at it that it literally just made her shit in solo. Yeah, no worries, 1R. You don't really play Smite anyway, do you? You haven't. When is the last time you even played Smite, 1R? It wasn't when we played, was it? Because that's a very long time ago. But yeah, I mean, even to get to this level, you'll probably have to play for like at least 6 months to a year, at least. And I think that's putting it pretty lightly. Just because of the game knowledge you need. That's just any MOBA though. Or anything else on a higher level. The Counter-Strike is also fucking wild on a higher level. And that's a pretty simple game on the surface. I think close to half my games were with you. And we didn't play much. So that's, yeah. Alright, Deep Dish, no worries. Let's have a good one. Their team is kind of rough for me.
Be right back.
I'm tempted to do the same thing again. I might just go Aegis. It's really scary into the Kepri, and it's really scary against the Bacchus. But if Honor ever goes on me, I don't really want to ult as a response if he ults me, because I will take hits anyway. Same thing with the Vulcan. I don't really have much counterplay to his ult. It's just risky. It's gonna be really risky going for an Aegis. Because I will literally just die if Kepri ever hits one on me.
Hi. Thanks.
Fuck, man. I need beats. I don't think I can get around it. Unfortunately. And I could probably do 3 pots. I don't have the aspect on! No! I forgot to put it on! Man! I was looking so forward to it. No, man. Oh well. Doesn't really matter that much, but I really wanted to use the aspect. I thought it was on! What the fuck?
Bunch of hammerheads.
That's too bad.
Enemy spotted.
They played one game at a LAN party recently? I see.
Minions have spawned.
Oh no, we're gonna be late to the buff here. Nope, never mind. That thing just spawned much earlier this time.
Slow down. Patience.
Be careful. That's too bad. Oh, man, you are chock full of surprises.
That's a shell at least.
Slow down.
Be careful.
Patience. Slow down. Patience.
Fuck.
That's too bad. I've slain an enemy. Ally is my call, madam. Yes. Your right tower is under attack.
Slow down. No problem.
Retreat! Yo, we do
Patience.
Enemy missing.
retreat! Good day. I am sorry.
Only having autos.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Holy moly, Ramal though.
Your right tower is under attack. On our way. Retreat!
No problem.
Your right tower is under attack.
I got it back. Got my shit.
That's too bad.
I probably have to play this really safe either way, because Odin can so easily shit on me
Is under attack.
that I gotta just stay back. I don't really think I want to fight Honor anyway for the majority of this. Because he's going to start getting the edge now that his Impale does a lot of damage.
Your right tower is under attack.
I mean, I guess he just DC'd. That's unfortunate. I guess I didn't even realize actually that we had a DC in this game. I'm not sure he just surrendered or what happened there, but unfortunate. Not sure what happened there. But hey, I mean, top damage, right? That's all that matters. Damn, that's the second DC and early surrender I've had today. Oh yeah, C1RE 2022. Yeah, that might have been with me then. Actually, no, maybe that's too early. I don't remember. It's been a long time since we played, at least. Well, he's dead anyway, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, he's dead anyway. You know what? Maybe this was for the best, because then I can actually put on the aspect next time. Let's do that one. We did also did periodically over over a period, yeah. I don't think we played like Conquest and stuff, did we? I forgot. It's been so long. Fight a boss from Act 1, obtain a rare relic. That sounds interesting. I don't think I've had this one before. So I have to refight a boss. I guess just spend the Hui again.
Select your god.
There we go. Aspect on. Alright, let's try this one. I think this is the shittiest boss I could have met. That's the one that has all the fucking thorns and that we'll keep. If I hit him, he hits me, type shit. I don't like that. It sucks. Play a variety of things. Okay. And does he have thorns now? Or not yet? Okay, not yet. I think actually this boss might be pretty easy as long as I just keep him poisoned. Because then I don't need to hit him. So I just gotta get lucky with poison. Poison shit. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. I don't really want to hit him then. I got a little bit of poison. Just a little bit of poison. Okay, now I don't have any shields. Supply more poison. Alright, it's going pretty well so far, at least. Not taking too much damage. Okay, what are we looking at here? Rough front line they have. I mean, this game even more what I would like Aegis, but if I don't have it into Cerberus, I'm probably just fucked. Or if I don't have beats, I mean.
A wise purchase.
Alright. Aspect time.
Hi.
So what's everyone doing on their chilled Saturday here? Anything interesting happening? My best guess is no, considering you're watching a stream at the moment, but...
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, forgot to level up my one.
Enemies have returned to base.
Could have done a lot more damage there.
Enemy missing middle.
Oh, the attack speed is so bad. Oh my god. Alright, so it's okay. It's gonna be fine in like a level or two. By level, actually, I mean about 2 or 3 items. We also do have a really shitty clear in our lane, though. With a gap as well. We're definitely just staying back. Close.
Be careful, right? Enemy missing.
Enemy missing.
Link Fana. That's so unfortunate. I wasn't prepared for that. Should probably use the beats than insta-dashed. But hey, I mean, we got a kill, right? And he caught my fucking dash, dude. We just can't fight back with a Gep as well into a Cerberus. Like, both our matchups are lower damage counterpart. Apollo does more than me early, and Cerberus does more than a Gep early. We just can't fight back. The fact that he caught my dash with his mess is so bad.
Enemy has been slain. Fabuloso! He like a baby. Enemies have returned to base.
This sucks. This really sucks. I think buying my second item it should be alright. Right now it's a fucking struggle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, I might have to go Oboe second, to be honest with you, just to get the attack speed.
Curses and not
Then I can just go turfing third instead.
Gank right leg.
Enemy missing left.
Alright. Devil's online at least. That's the shittiest part. I think falling behind early on when you're both going into stacking items, I think is the worst part, because he's just going to be automatically ahead of me in stack. Excuse me, in stacks.
Retreat.
We can't fight back when Thana is here. It just sucks. It's fine though. They're winning on the opposite side for now, so. We'll just have to be the bait for now. Nice. Huge.
Enemy spotted. Ward
Your
here.
middle tower is under attack. Completed. Enemy has been slain. Falling back. Be careful.
Dude, Rama's all on and running does so much damage this early in the game. If you hit every single shot. I didn't realize that. There's so much damage. Actually, I can just yoink some. Nope, I cannot. Nothing to yoink. Fuck it. Hell back then before I take my buffs. Get a little bit of attack speed online. By a little bit, I mean a lot compared to what I have right now.
Be careful middle. Enemy incoming.
Oh, this barely did any difference.
Enemy missing right. That's too bad.
Alright, it'll be fine once my 2 is leveled up, right?
No
Maybe.
completed.
Maybe, surely. Potentially. It's definitely a fun idea with Rama aspect, but so far it is rough. Fuck. I don't think my third shot went off in time. Huge Merlin damage. Maybe I should have just ulted the wave to hit level 9. Also didn't see Apollo. I mean, it could have been avoided by if I just went for the safe way instead of the aggressive way.
Yes, on my way.
It's the old cooldown, just normal.
Enemy ultimate incoming! On my way!
Holy moly.
Your left tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your left tower is under attack.
Potion pie, friendship.
And then we go turfing. He rushed Sunbeam Bow. Wow. I don't think I've seen anyone do that. Surely that can't be that good. Doesn't it just drain the shit out of your mana this early? And it doesn't really grant you anything outside of 10 attack speed, I guess. Maybe it is though, we'll see.
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your left tower is under attack. Enemy missing. Okay, man, he's ready. Yes.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy.
Guess I shouldn't have ulted. Wasn't planning on missing the first 2 shots. Should have been dead if I didn't miss.
Destroy the left enemy.
But my Gep's the goat, so it's fine. Uh-oh. Nice try.
Be right back.
Oh. I can one-shot wards. Nice. Well, he caught my dash with his ult again. Dude, Cerberus is never leaving the lane. That's actually crazy. I wish my ult was up there. I also was not prepared. I was looking over at chat when he landed on me. Hence my panic dash. Now he's got a speed buff. Presumably.
Take this jungle buff. Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Ultimate
Let's finish attack speed first. After my ult. We'll see how this looks now that I have my 2 maxed out. Dude, 390 from my second shot? That's insane. From my second shot, and it wasn't even ranked up to 3 yet.
Enemies in left lane.
Save yourself.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Completed. Okay, ultimate is ready. Retreat. Enemy spotted.
On my way. Destroy the left enemy tower. On my way.
Ultimate is down.
I probably went right, so.
Enemies in right lane. Save yourself.
On my way.
Gang.
Gang.
Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
The rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain. Attack fire giant. Have slain an enemy.
Destroyed the fire shot.
Fantastic. Let's grab Sunbeam Bow now. Where is it? I'm blind. There it is. It's not really that many items to look through. I still can't see it. Probably next up in Titan's Bane.
Has arrived.
Get the pen.
The rain shall wash them away. When it rains, it pours.
Until next time, I'll be in my tower. All the time.
Paul just isn't here anymore? Why is he in right again?
I'll attack middle lane. My way. Attack middle lane. Follow me. Yes. Follow me. Enemy has been slain. Your
No!
tower is under attack. Okay. Double kill.
Follow me.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Fabuloso. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Yes.
Now, with Aspect, honestly, if you get to this point, I could see it being really OP, but what you have to fight through and suffer through until you get to this point, you just have slowing autos that are wide as shit with a Sunbeam bow. Like, it feels really overpowered. But it's so hard to get to this point.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
We can probably push, to be honest. We're pretty far ahead. Ow, Nemean. I don't know why I ulted, to be honest with you. I thought I was in danger, but I probably wasn't in danger. Very necessary, Kraken. I'm not gonna lie to you, I still feel like I need attack speed. Do I maybe just go hasten still? My attack speed is so shit. Killing tanks right now is not an issue. Don't think Dagger Frenzy would do much. I kind of want something that's just more base attack speed. Do they have a lot of health? I mean, Cabrakan does have a decent amount of health. I could do maybe Kins. No, Fatalis is more fun. Alright, I'm gonna position myself a bit better. I don't want to end up throwing this game. Yeah, I wasn't gonna finish him off.
Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Be careful.
Try not shiver. Side effects. Help! I could teach you a spell or two. But it's still... Enemies incoming! Retreat!
Clutch cripple.
Attack the fire giant!
Attack fire giant.
On my way.
Wow, I don't damage his tower at all.
On my way.
They don't even need me for it.
Your team has destroyed the fire giant.
I do wonder why they aren't surrendering though.
Until next time, I'll be in my tower.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower. Your team has destroyed the pyramids.
Group up. On my way. Chase the enemy.
Be careful, right away. Your left tower is under attack. Attack. Mid-range shall wash
my tower. This is the tavern.
Ultimate down!
I hope speed is up. I would like a speed buff. Damn it! I only hit the second shot. I've been missing the first shot a lot.
Rearrange reaction.
Why did I dash? Help.
Enemy has been slain.
Good game. Till next time. I'll be in my tower.
Yeah, we ended up just kind of rolling
Victory.
the end. Thana got really far behind somehow. I'm guessing Thana just didn't go back to farming and he kept trying to gank. Like, by the time most of us were 20, we ended up in a situation where, like, Thana was just like, he was level 14 or something. Rama is fun for sure, but he's so simple too. Because all you really do is auto. It was the same Caprakan as well. That guy is... he loves insults. I'm glad it worked out despite our pretty rough laning phase. I definitely dashed a few times when I just shouldn't have dashed. It's easy for me to forget in that game how unsafe Rama really is. How unsafe he can be. Dude, fuck. I can kill it this round, but it currently has thorns. Yeah, whenever I attack, I'll take 3 damage, and I don't have any shielding, which really sucks. Yeah, I mean, I don't really think I can do anything about it. Oh. Never mind, I guess I kill it. Didn't realize how much poison I could give it. It's gonna pick Kepri, but notice the last second, so I panic Gep. Fair enough. It's alright. We did pick a pretty shit lane, but it didn't work out for us in the end. Luckily for us. Got a different lobby? Aw. Unfortunate.
Select your god.
I guess I will play an on her game. Let's do that. Am I just going through the whole ADC list? Who would I have to pick? I've done Hu Yi. I did Rama, on her Apollo. Interesting. I don't think I'm pulling out the Izanami though, to be real with you. I might do a Cupid. Cupid, Artemis, Kernos I might do, but the others that are like ability based, I don't think I'm playing. I want to have the objective damage. Yamoja. Oh yeah, the best ADC. She could be interesting though. I do think she could work in ADC, to be real with you. She does have a steroid. I think there are worse picks. Oh yeah, Acne is another one I might want to play. Because I've barely played Acne. So that could also be cool. Sure, let's do that one. That's a very nice one to start with. No, who dodged? I can't see it. Fuck. Okay. I hate this enemy, man. I hate this enemy so much. I have to kill them all at the same time, and I don't really have a great build for that. I need some more AoE. I know I have AoE in my build somewhere. Just need to draw that shit. Oh, this is perfect, actually. That is perfect. Yeah, I mean, they should all be dead. Perfect. Do I go for the elite? Is there a shop on the way? There is. Alright. It's gonna be tough. Can do it over 2 turns now. Yeah, I probably could have, honestly. Wait, lose golden idol. What's that one? They drop more gold. I mean, yeah. That's a lot of gold, man. I'll take it. 25% more isn't even that much. I keep getting like, what is it, 11 or 13 gold per round? 25 more of that isn't really gonna do much overall. Well, eventually it will, but I'm probably gonna die somewhat soon here anyway. I'm getting pretty far in. Well, who's on the enemy team? Pain doesn't seem to like what it is and who it is. But I don't know who it is.
Select your god.
Let me see. I'm curious. Who are we actually against? Okay, we're against adapting, but I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's looking that cooked. I don't really see anyone on that team that we haven't like beaten before, so. When people say something like that, I always suspect them just to be like, yeah, it's gonna be Nika and Sav. But even at this point, like, I played against them quite a bit as well and still won a lot of the matches, so. So even if it is scary to meet them, I don't really think it's the end of the world. Also, am I just fucked here? Escape from a non-boss combat, receive no rewards. You know what? I'll do that. I don't want to deal with this fucking shark. That thing feels like a boss when it's really not a boss. They have 4 magicals. Yeah, I don't think that matters though when they have bots. And I mean, I'm playing ADC as well, so to me it really doesn't matter. There's not really anything I can add in my build that makes it different. What am I upgrading actually? That sounds kind of OP. Let's do that. Sphere of Negation. I say go for it. Like, what could I even buy? I think the only thing I could maybe buy actually would be Sanguine. I could go Sanguine, but I don't really want to. I don't think it's gonna go well for me, to be real. And I think I need just full attack speed build. I think ADCs without the current like full damage builds just aren't really doing anything. Especially into tanks. That being said, it's a Hades solo this time, which can go either way. It could be a hybrid tanky Hades, but it could also just be full damage. I do think a hybrid Hades is heavily underrated. I'm happy people aren't like playing it more. Hades with the current OP tank items is still really good. It doesn't change the fact that his kit is just insanely good in Smite 2.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, it's Hades support. Oh. I tried. At least I got a little bit of poke.
Completed. Retreat right lane. Retreat right lane. Retreat right lane.
A monument to my opulence. Your middle tower is under attack. What the hammerhead? A monument to my opulence.
Ah. Pretty sure we have rotations coming in. We've been here for so long.
Be careful, middle.
A monument to my opulence. Rain shall wash them away.
Yeah, I think it's like it's adapting, so he's just gonna be farming for the majority of the early game. From what I've noticed, like he doesn't really gank early that often.
Right tower is under attack.
Enemy ultimate down.
I also just did realize we have Scylla solo. That's pretty rough. But actually, wait. No, they have Yana solo as well, so just mage soloing. It's just back. I'm a little afraid.
A monument to my opulence.
Man, I just want Hades to leave. Because right now is when I can win against Bari. Before she finishes all her freaking items.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
I played that kind of bad. First Impale I didn't miss, but bots just immunes it.
Okay. Sorry.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Be careful, right? Enemy missing middle.
I think I'd just go Lurnibo next. Which will delay my Audibo. No, that jazz. But honestly, I think that's fine.
You rock, you rock, you rock, you rock.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Retreat, white lane. Retreat, white lane. Attack the fury.
Ally has been slain.
I don't think we can do gold. Do I actually go crit? I think I go crit in this matchup instead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Fuck, man. Did not see bots. I need some wards, I guess. He just literally walked up.
Your left tower is under attack. Enemy ultimate down.
Oh, he's cooked. The soul laner is just here.
Left tower is under attack.
Oh, I'm missing everything as well.
Wash them away.
Oh, why is he always here, man? I mean, this should be dead bots as well. It's good that he dived like that.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, Aspect Scylla as well. I didn't even realize. It is what it is, you know. We'll see. The thing is, right? I've seen a lot of aspect Scylla in my time, right? In Smite 2 so far. I haven't seen it work once, but it has to work at least one of those times, right? Just one of them. I believe in him. This will be the one. Right now I'm playing like shit as well, to be honest. I'm missing my impale. Way too much.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Once I have Learning Bow, I'll maybe look for some potential 1v1s, because then I have to hit my impale. That's when I really need to hit it. Because I need that for the setup for my Learning Bow. She's a scary god to jump though, because if I don't hit it, I will 1000% die
Your right tower is
with all the
under
damage that she can put out.
ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
I mean, the Janus is here.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Good game.
I think Pain is experiencing some mental issues by playing Smite.
Team has destroyed
Like,
the gold.
legitimately, if you feel that strongly about Smite, just by looking at matchups, I mean, it's not like he's entirely wrong with Scylla right now. Scylla wasn't clearly tryharding by picking the aspect Scylla here, but I think he's very afraid of what we're against here. He seems a little mentally unstable about it too. I think it's best to take a break, man, just for health reasons.
Gank middle lane. Enemy ultimate down.
Your right tower is under attack. Double kill.
Thanks. Attack.
Ally has been slain.
On my way. Enemy missing left.
Your right tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
No problem.
There we go. Decent poke.
Your right tower is under attack.
Bluestone. Damn. Well, it's so easy to underestimate how broken Bari is, man. It's just no matter what, she always has abilities to throw out. It's so hard to fight back.
I'll attack middle lane.
Guess I just gotta sit back and farm. Guess I can't deal with her at this point, apparently. Only way I think I can deal with her.
Enemy missing left. Enemy ultimate down.
3 level difference now? Jesus Christ.
Your left tower is under attack.
On my way.
A monument to my opulence.
I didn't even see him.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Yet complete.
What do you mean attack? You're 1 HP, Acne! I mean, that's not even that bad damage. Still a full tank doing a decent amount of damage, honestly. Dude, my fucking tower is gone. In her ult, no, she loses movement speed in her ult in the aspects. So she's slow as fuck. I'm pretty sure, at least. I'm not the Scylla aspect expert here, but that's what people told me, at least. Fuck, I really wanted that speed. Just gotta keep farming, man. We're not that far behind in XP overall. There is definitely a chance to fight back in these fights.
Ward the gold fury. Enemy spotted.
Gank right cancel that. Gank middle lane.
Careful right.
Defend the gold fury.
Enemies at the gold fury.
Attack the gold fury.
Fuck it, I'm starting gold. How can I solo this? What the fuck? Is Death Toll that OP?
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's nice getting some rage stacks though. I still just need to stay back. Think I finished Deathbringer first, since I can just finish it outright, and then I just gotta go straight into Titans.
Enemy missing left. A monument to my opulence.
Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
A monument to my opulence.
Your middle tower is under attack. Hasta la vista, amigo. Your right tower is under attack.
Top of my class.
Your middle tower is under
That might have been okay if I had Deathbringer, actually.
Your middle tower has been
A
destroyed.
monument to my opulence.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your left phoenix is under attack.
A monument to my opulence.
Fuck, man. Hit some autos. My attack speed is so raw, like so slow and insane that I just fucking can't hit anything.
Enemy has been slain. Your middle phoenix.
Successful Phoenix defend, though, I guess.
Behind us! Behind us! Behind us!
Enemy ultimate down.
Man. No, she doesn't get any movement speed in Herald. She's so slow in that. I guess I shouldn't have jumped in. My bad. Should be a kill if he chases this, though. He missed it too. Point blank. That is rough, but she's dead anyway. I am tempted to just say, fuck that, and I'm gonna. I need attack speed so badly, dude.
Move up. Attack fire giant.
On my way.
Fuck it. Let's go fire then.
Fire giant.
Enemy ultimate. A monument to my opulence. A monument to my opulence.
Destroyed the fire. Enemy has been slain.
I mean, Fire Giant Call isn't necessarily that bad if we actually had better secure than them, but like, Kokolkan, man.
A monument to my opulence.
Like, that ain't happening. I mean, we did have a Sunder available potentially. Maybe we didn't. I'm not sure, but
Your middle phoenix is under attack.
rough either way.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm just so far behind.
left lane.
A monument to my opulence. Look out! Range shall wash them away.
I don't know why I beats, to be honest. Should have just ulted.
A monument to my opulence. Enemy has been slain.
Going alright, to be real. Dude, Syl has been so shit, man. Get him! Just spamming the ult is not landing at all. He tried, you know? Oh no, I can't be top damage boy, guys. I feel like I'm playing so bad this game. The only way I'm getting anything done is when I jump in, and when I do that, I also die. It ain't good. But you know what? I also regret going Titans. I don't think I should go Titans at all, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Because it's just Hades. And I don't really care about Hades. If I go full crit, I should be able to do alright anyway. Shit.
Okay.
I mean, I'll take it. Just a W yoink.
Enemies in the left lane.
Okay. Behind us!
A monument to my opulence.
Your left feet is under attack.
Rain shall wash them away. A monument to my opulence.
I mean, that was pretty bad. Unfortunately, Cryonic just insta-cast his ult instead of just waiting. I was trying to get him low enough so he could execute Hades. And I got Hades low enough, but oh well. That is unfortunate.
Is under attack.
Group up. Defend the fire giant.
Fire giant.
Weird game, but it's also kind of fun. Yeah, Contagion fucked me up too, man. Dude, what is that item?
It's a trap.
It's so stupid.
Be careful.
Like, what are we cooking, Hi-Res? How did we add both Sanguine and Contagion in the same patch? Nah, he's probably cooked.
Nice job.
A monument to my opulence.
Okay, whatever. I'm not sure why you're plugging the Hades to us. Like, it's the one target we cannot be going for.
Nice job.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Nemean as well. It's just, look at the build, man. You have these two items, and it would be even worse if you also had Sanguine. Then you truly can't play the game anymore.
Enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Well played by Acne there. Oh, he's 1 HP. Wow.
Your Titan is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack the fire.
Group up.
Now's our moment. We can actually get fire this time.
Okay.
Ally has been slain.
That's really bad.
Be careful in the jungle. War here. Bye.
Your Titan is under attack.
I guess never mind. I was just looking for a quick pick, but it doesn't matter. Ugh. Oh well. I think we tried, and it was an okay attempt, but like, it does feel like we don't have a solo laner in this game. Yeah, I know Wind Demon is really OP.
Defeat.
I just think Oppo in general is just better, so I went for that instead. But it didn't matter in the end anyway, because I couldn't really hit any of their targets. Like, they have 2 mages, a Hades support, and Bari. Like, these 4 targets are so hard for me to ever go on. And not to mention, they were never alone. Like, outside of the laning phase, like, Bari wasn't... I just couldn't deal with her, to be honest. I also haven't dealt with Bari in a little while, combined with the fact that I haven't played much on her recently, so... There was a bit of rust in the beginning. But I probably should have gone Wind Demon. I confused my build the second I started building Titans. That was a bad idea. I just wasted gold on that. I never got to finish it. I think this would have worked out if I got the chance to actually... I still hate you can't see builds in this, but I think it would have worked out if I still gotten Titans online. But yeah. I mean, Pain played well. It's just, we were essentially 1 man down for the majority of this. It's not that Scylla played bad, it's just this god doesn't do anything. Just comparatively speaking to what the Janus was running around doing. If this was non-aspect Scylla, it would have been okay, because he could do so much damage. But this was a full tank aspect Scylla. It's just not a threat. Acne played really well too. I think I played kind of shit for half of this game, because I just didn't know where to position myself. Because no matter which direction I went, there was a mage. Like, I'm either getting shitted by Bari, Kukulkan, or Janus from some direction. Did great. I think I could have... I think I did fine, but I definitely could have played my laning better. I shouldn't have died to Bari in the 1v1s, stuff like that. I could have helped myself a bit easier. But it's alright. I'm not mad about anything, but I do think I could have played this a little bit better. Wasn't following, was going to rage it, but didn't see you online. Yeah, GG's, no worries, man. All good. Let's go for the elite. I won't keep going for much longer either. I'll probably I'll at least play one more, maybe 2 more, but I won't play it up for much longer either. Probably only 1 more because I have to make food pretty soon. Fuck it, let's just do that. I'll pass it on. Nice, man. Can't wait. It's alright, though. I think you'll get more value out of raiding someone else. Since I'll be leaving pretty soon anyway. It's appreciated, though. Yeah, didn't get anything of value. Give me poison. It's not showing correctly. Yeah, no worries, man. All good. I appreciate it nonetheless. Hope you have a nice night. But damn, if both of you are getting out of the queue, what's it gonna be now? Need to play Prime? I see. Yeah, so, okay, so that's my Prime, I would assume. I am not really keeping up on when and what's happening, to be honest with you. I'm guessing a lot of people will get out of the queue by now then. Yeah, game on ADC. Yeah, I'm so tired of solo. I'm just playing mid and ADC now, for now. The solo meta is the most boring shit. I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired of playing the same thing every game. It's Jover. Yeah, I'm back in the hunt. The game hunt.
Select
Who the
your
fuck do I
god.
play though? I could do another game of Rama. Rama was fun. Cupid. Maybe Sol actually. Let's do a Sol game. I'm absolutely fucked if they Contagion though. And why wouldn't they? The item is broken. No, I lost. Toa, tig stille. I mean, I just fucked myself, man. I'm just gonna take this damage to the face now. I accidentally discarded the wrong card. Ow. Hopefully I can actually win this round. I definitely cannot. Oh, Never mind. I could. You what? Don't worry about it. This is actually kind of a nice start. I did it again. Where's the cuckoo carry? I would be down to do that if I know my support. But I don't think I want to do that if I have a random support. But that is fun. I'll be down. I'll do some Ra as well while I'm at it. Fuck. Kind of a rough comp for me, to be honest, on Sol.
That looks combustible.
It's the Herox Mercury. No music, by the way. Yeah, I generally don't have music on. I'm sorry, boys. I usually don't. Hello, Sarky. You guys play later, or like an already for you? No, I'm probably done after this game.
Hello, world.
I've never been so betrayed like him.
How are you?
You probably unfollowed me at one point, didn't you? Hater.
Minions have spawned.
Yeah, I think I'm done after this game, Sarky. Unless this game is the most unsatisfying shit in history, then yeah. I plan for this to be the last one. I'm kind of already taking it one more game than I expected to. If I didn't have a dog, I would be down to do some much longer streams, but I kind of need to get off, give him some food, get ready to walk him and all that stuff. Make some food for myself. Yeah, I've seen you not playing much ranked at the moment. Haven't seen you for a little bit. That's fair though. I think it's healthy to take breaks if you think it's too much at the moment.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Has Solitaire always had these physics? Might just be a Smite 2 thing, I'm not too sure. I wasn't the biggest Soul player in Smite 1. But no, I don't think so. I mean, I think this part, like, having actual physics is probably a UE5 thing. Same thing with, like, Hekate's cape and all that. It's got some pretty nice physics.
Enemy missing mid.
Completed. Tactical fury.
Your right tower is under attack.
Do not dare.
I don't want to back yet, man. I'm so close to being able to just finish it up.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemy missing mid.
Completed.
Enemies have returned to base.
Close. I'm just greedy, to be real. But right now, there's not really much happening in duo anyway. But backing without being able to finish your first item feels like ass.
Enemies have returned to base.
Had the most unsatisfying games earlier. Decided not going to play a Conquest again until certain items get nerfed. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel with solo. If I wasn't streaming and I still actually enjoy playing the game, probably would feel the same way. I don't necessarily feel obligated to play because I'm streaming, but I don't know. I want to stream, but there's nothing else for me to really stream, so people are not really going to watch me playing casuals. I'm not big enough for that. And not to mention, I don't really want to play casuals. Smite 2 casuals are not really that fun. It's practically new players you're meeting in casuals.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
On this zero sum. And I'll be having all of it.
It's weird that the text is white on the two.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy spotted. Enemy spotted. Be careful left. On my way.
On my way.
Not bad, I guess. Merlin was apparently coming as well.
Wash them away.
Get him.
Attack.
My bad.
Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
Attack the full fury. Attack the full fury.
Cancel that.
On my way.
Sure.
Okay. All attack.
See if I can make it in time.
Right tower is under attack. Destroy the gold yard.
Be right back.
Your right tower is under attack.
The pirates have arrived. Foul ball.
He really doesn't want to fight.
Attack.
I would like to fight. Still got him at least.
Complete.
Your right tower is under attack. Retreat. Your right tower is
I don't know what to buy here. I don't really think she's a crit god. Let's get an actual steroid on her here. Let's get dagger.
okay. Your right tower is under attack.
Phase clan. Hell yeah.
Enemy missing middle.
Man.
Enemy ultimate down.
That's bad. Thought he was gonna get stuck.
See ya.
Damn. No, team! Why didn't we hit him? I almost killed him by myself. Man. I'm doing good damage though. Vital Lamp is really good on her. Dude, I'm just not getting killed. I gotta get more kills.
That one was regulation.
Brazier is pretty good as well, yeah, I might go for that. Actually, yeah, I think I'll go for that straight after Dagger here. That should be a kind of a nasty combo. And then I'll probably have to go for Titan's Bane. Otherwise, Pain isn't just gonna come out too late. It's a good call, actually. I wasn't thinking about Brazier.
Your right tower is under attack. Enemy missing.
Uranium! Attack the gold fury! We are overwhelming!
On my way. Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a right. On my way.
Right there! Retreat!
Completed.
Yes! Time to explode! Mutation!
We're getting the objective at least. Alright, let's finish this up, start Brazier.
Your middle
Does
tower.
Brazier also have lifesteal on it? No.
Your right tower.
Yeah, Nibble Ring does. That's okay though. It's not like I need it. And I don't honestly I shouldn't get any more healing, because if Contagion gets built this game, I am absolutely giga cooked. I cannot hit any target with that item.
Middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing left! Time to explode!
On my way.
Her tower damage is wild, dude. Let's get Bracer now. Keep it going. Bracers. Yeah, no. I mean, I wish, I guess, but...
Your right tower is under attack.
Damn it! I guess I just tried to run to my team instead of killing off the Hui.
On my
I thought I could finish him off. I'm tempted to try and go Fatalis, but I think I had to go Pen.
cancel that.
I wasn't ready for Emeric to be there already. That is in fact a full damage shock. It's a pretty rough transformation. Does he at least... He does have Blink. That's a full damage shock without Blink, man. That's probably not the best transformation Morrigan can use, to be honest.
Double kill. Shut down. Jeez.
Why me? Every time!
Your left tower is under
Get him.
Enemy has been slain.
It's unfortunate. Wow. Unlucky. I could have positioned myself a little bit better there. We kind of split. Like, Oni wasn't willing to fight back, and I was. That kind of cost me my life. If he blocks autos, I think we just kill the Cerberus, and Hui shouldn't be able to fight back. Yeah, he just wasn't really around. He was... he wasn't in the same mindset as me. That's okay, though.
Attack the Gold Fury.
We need wards. We need
Yes.
wards. I hope this will last.
your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Yo, man. That was just a small one. Fuck. I wanted speed so badly.
Ward the fire giant. Attack the gold fury.
Oops.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Right there, Howard.
Vista, amigo.
Defend the fire giant.
Get me out of this slow! That went way better than it ever should have, to be honest. We stopped them from fire and also got a kill in the process. Did not expect that.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I used everything I have though, so I have to be a little bit careful here. No CC immune for me.
Enemy missing left.
I am so lucky that it's a full damage Chuck though on their team. Because Chuck is so damn good into Saul that I wouldn't be able to play the game if he did build the usual nonsense.
We need wars.
Time to explode. Radioactive.
Ward here.
Be right back.
Be careful.
Lead it.
Oh, easy wrong.
Yes.
I am sorry.
Unfortunate.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
Sure. Sure.
Can we even defend? That's the question. Dude, they're so low in front of me. Dude, they're all so low right in front of me, man. Fuck, man. This feels really bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is not looking great. I feel like I'm the only one dealing damage at the moment. Like, who else did any damage in that fight? I almost killed, like, how many? 2 or 3 of them by myself? I feel like that fight should have been free. In the process, getting them off of fire? Like, honestly, what was anyone else doing that fight? I'm sure someone kept Mercury busy, though, but...
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fury.
Retreat.
I mean, Hussar's Wings would be an option if I wasn't playing an ADC, but if I miss out on a single damage item, it's just gonna cost me more than not. I mean, if we get Chuck or something here, like, this could be big.
And the rain shall wash them away.
Ow. I did not see 3 of them behind the wall, and Chuck, I guess my Morrigan ulted into Chuck again and ulted nothing. Fuck, man. Straight up thought that was gonna be good. Wow, nice freeze. I wonder if that happened for everyone. Surely I go Sunbeam Bow last. So it's just 2 tanks left. It's not really worth keep fighting that. Yeah, they all in me, but like, I was out of position, to be real with you. I just thought Hu Yi was out of position because I didn't see 3 of them behind the fucking rock. I feel like if we all did the Hu Yi, it would have been like an even trade. We just weren't as close. It's rough. Like, that was just kind of me being out of position, to be honest with you. Without me even knowing it. Just the difference being that he has an actual jump to get out and I don't.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm not hitting shit, to be honest. Ow.
The rain shall wash them away.
On my way.
On my way. DSA!
Your right tower is under attack.
What are you getting last? I already forgot, but I can see it once I finish it. Oh yeah, Sunbeam Bow. Absolutely Sunbeam Bow. It's not even close.
Destroyed the fire giant.
Left radius increased.
Finally I got some kills though. Was able to finish off targets.
On my way.
Defend the gold.
make sense.
On my way.
Attack left leg. Group up.
Sure.
It does have a heavy drain, and the problem is Death Chill almost negates it. That's the thing. Death Chill heals so much, like the upgraded version, I mean, so that it almost just negates it. It's the combo of those two items that makes it so good.
Enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a left enemy Phoenix. Wash them away.
Well done.
Satisfactory work, minion.
Nice job.
Yeah, it became a lot easier once Sunbeam was online, to be honest. Just hit whatever's in front of you and it will slowly just die. We also did get the Hu Yi for free there. Autos hitting 500 without crits is also just really, really powerful. Oh yeah, I forgot I wasn't actually gonna keep playing. I think I need to stop you know what? Fuck it. Why not? Let's do one Sarky. You want to do one? We'll do one. But then I'll end it. Only one though. What ADC should I play last then? Doggo will have to starve. It's alright. It's just an hour more than usual, you know? Cuckoo? I don't know about the Cuckoo ADC, man. I mean, actually, no. I could with Sarky. If I know my support and Sarky's picking an ADC for jungle, then yeah, sure. We can do that. But I need those two things to be in place. You gonna feed? I don't think so. Kukulkan ADC is pretty good. I think the worst thing I could meet is Hu Yi. Because he's just shits on everything, but Kukulkan ADC is decent. Ares ADC. Nah, I'm not sure about that one. But actually, doesn't his 2 have... yeah, basic attack damage in it. It does have basic attack damage in it. Ares ADC could definitely work, for sure. I haven't tried Kali aspect, I think. I don't think I've done it a single time before. I might want to do that eventually, but I don't think I want to do that now. No, to be honest with you, I was thinking more like Cupid. If I had to pick one on the ADC list, on this list, I would want to go Cupid. crit Ymir. I don't really think it's a great ADC, but still could work in jungle. Haven't played Kali aspect yet? No, I mean, I only play solo for the most part, you know? So, no, I haven't. Yeah, it's alright. I don't think I'm cuckooing this game either way, because I don't know my support, so... Because I need to be able to trust my support if I'm playing Kukulkan. Well, Apollo is one of my favorites. Like, Apollo of Amana, sure, I can mid as well. That's okay with me. But maybe I can play Kukulkan then.
Select your god.
I'm sorry, Hekate. I fucking hate solo right now. I ain't playing it. Do we do a Janus game then? Janus, Poseidon. I think we'll do a Janus game. I did think about Hekate though, because I really want to play Hekate always. The other option I was thinking of was Poseidon, just because he's good into Fenrir. And honestly, Mendar, it's not been so much about tanks being unkillable. It's just I'm tired of building the same shit every game. And if you don't build the same shit every game, you're getting shit on because the specific build is so oppressive. You don't have a choice. It's so boring. I'll go back to solo. I played one solo game today, and I played Odin, and I used the usual build. There we go. That was all I felt like playing. And I went 8-1, I should say, on that Odin, and I still lost the game. So it's a part of it being... These builds are really OP, but I still can't win with them. So it's unfun, and I can't win, because I'm playing solo, and a lot of the time my team loses before I have a chance to even rotate. So, there it is. So I play mid, or I play fucking ADC instead right now. Because I actually feel like I have impact going into late game, even if I fall a little bit behind. But it's probably just the enjoyment factor that's making it a bit worse. To be real. We'll see though. I mean, right now they have a rough fucking comp for a Janus. Janus was a mistake in this one. Modred, Chuck, Fenrir, and a Morrigan are probably one of those three. It's definitely gonna be Chuck or Fenrir. Yeah, you better white dog ass, because I'm gonna get shit on this game. Real bad. My hope went so fast out the window. Problem is, when you skip out on solo because your team gets rocked, your solo then mega feeds and you lose anyway. Yeah. Yeah. It's a lose-lose situation, we feel like, right? Oh, look at this guy. Q's playing Sol now. Go for it, man. Show me what she can do. Is it Morgan mid though? Damn it. I'm just gonna get heavily outpushed.
Very well then.
Very well then. Dude, I don't know what's happening on Janus, but I keep forgetting to buy beats. Every time. But I remembered now. In my last Janus game, I forgot to get an active and I died because of it. I would have lived if I had beats. It's a 10-minute win? Yeah, for sure. Definitely.
Yo, you got this. Whatever, man. Go crazy.
Hello. Maybe I would have believed a 10-minute win was possible if I wasn't playing Janus. But it's cooked. I won't really be online until I have at least like 2 or 3 items online.
I need the jungle buff. Hey, better luck next time. Bro, I need the jungle buff. I need the jungle buff. Help! Help! Minions have spawned.
Interesting. Chalice start? I guess that actually is a pretty good start on Morgan. It's not like you need more damage. You have it.
I need the jungle buff. Help!
It's not terrible clear, I suppose.
I need the jungle buff. Your right tower is under attack.
Unfortunate. I won't leech. At least this Janus game shouldn't be able to be as bad, no matter what I do, as the last Janus game that I had. That was really bad.
Enemy spotted.
I was lowest damage in my team. It was a really feels bad moment in that game.
On my way. Attack. Okay.
Phew, that jump didn't hit the flick. Good thing I hit my portal.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy missing. Under pressure. Watch your step. The way is open.
Sarky, let's just go for the same target. If we go on Mordred there, we kill him 100%, and none of us has to die. Play around each other, not alone.
Your right tower is under attack.
Man, That went so badly for all of us.
A new threshold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A new threshold.
Falling back.
A new threshold.
I will say though, I think we have a much bigger chance of winning this game because it's a Mordred jungle and not a Fenrir jungle. Because he's not gonna go full tank, I would imagine. We'll see though. He might still go for that. I hope not. Yeah, Sarky that died to Chuck. But I mean, he ulted onto a Chuck who's under tower, you know? I'm guessing his ult just came back up, but I'm not sure. Maybe he never used it. He probably thought his ult was down.
Be careful, right? Be careful, right? Right lane.
Your middle tower is under attack. Vista, amigo.
There's nothing to come for.
In range to wash them away.
The way is open.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I am rotating a bit too much. I'm losing a lot of waves for this.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get through this. Get through this.
He's Sutter?
The way is open. The way is open.
Be careful. Your middle tower is under attack.
The gold fury. Get through this. Enemies incoming right.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
Not too happy with Artemis dying on cooldown right now.
Help right lane. A new threshold. Enemy spotted.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm just getting out. Fuck it.
I do believe I have heard this. A new threshold. too bad.
Defend cancel is 3, he might have, but he's also a support Fenrir, so Brutalize doesn't really do that much damage. Uh-oh. Is he at least low? No, he's literally full HP. Dude, what is happening in ADC here?
Be careful, right? A new threshold. Your right tower is under attack. Be careful. The pirate has arrived. Do this like jaguar.
That's so unfortunate.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Huge. Artemis coming out clutch. We needed that steal. Like, we're still 3k behind in gold, even despite that. And he even gets out. That's crazy.
Is ready. A new threshold.
Well done.
I'll attack right lane.
The rain.
The rain shall wash them away.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Don't think it hits. Tragic. Early pen, I think. Okay, now that I actually have Deso online, I should be able to do a decent amount of damage, finally.
Retreat! Retreat left lane.
Ally has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack. Retreat! Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Okay.
Man.
Your right tower is under attack. A new threshold. Get through this.
And of course the fucking Wisp, man. Oh my god. I just think we should have gotten out of that fight, to be honest. I just kept running low on mana.
middle tower.
Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Get me out of here.
Save yourself.
Ally has been slain.
Okay. We need war.
It's just so weird. Like, they were just everywhere. Whoops.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel.
And they got gold as well.
Enemies in middle lane. Enemies at the fire giant. The enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
We just don't have any words ever, man.
Under attack.
We need war. We need war.
I want to ward, but just I can't get there. It's always someone in front of my face.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A new pressure.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Enemy missing middle.
At least it's a 1-for-1.
Retreat. The way is open. A new pressure. Get through this.
Sope, get out! Fucking hell, I can't help him then. Like, this is just so strange. Wow, way to zone yourself.
Enemy has been slain.
Get through this.
I think I'll just prioritize farming in this game. Every time I rotate, it's either too late or... I don't have any time to have to spam this shit. We need some fucking words.
The pyromancer has arrived. A new pressure.
This is just going really weird. It feels like they have vision everywhere at the same time. We don't have any vision anywhere. The Sol is just rotating, like perma-rotating, getting all their objectives. I'm being zoned by either a Fenrir or a Mordred or some shit like that, and I can't really go in and try to even steal. It's so awkward.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer. The enemy team has destroyed the
Wasn't sure if anyone's nearby, so I just have to fucking pizza. Yeah, it's only 20 minutes too. We're not very far into this game. That's why it's so crazy how far ahead that they already are. They're just doing every objective. I mean, they can do that because Sol is rotating for it, and Artemis is so far behind that you can't really do anything about it.
Your right tower is under attack.
She's already fucking gone.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
No, why are we going in? I mean, why are we going in, man? No, 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 no. Let's not throw that one on Sobek. That was a terrible initiation. We should not fight when they have fire, and we're going on the target with dagger. What are we doing, man?
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Under attack. Your right phoenix is
We just have to play safe. Like, this shouldn't have been that hard of a match. Their comp is so awkward once we get to late game. As long as we just play it safe, like, we have such a good combat anti-initiating, but we keep being the ones initiating. That's all we have to do.
Pyromancer has arrived.
There's a general, like, way you want to play in competitive if you're really far behind. And that is either you go for the huge desperate play to get back in, but generally that doesn't happen much in rank, because that tends to, you know, be like a big fire giant call or something like that. Otherwise, you don't really have the communication in rank to pull anything else off. But, for the most part, you want to just sit back and play off of your enemy's mistakes. That's the type of shit that you can do in ranked, but that almost no one tries to do. You just sit back, you watch out for mistakes, you capitalize on those mistakes. Like what they did there, they went way too deep. We capitalized on their mistakes rather than initiating ourselves. That's all we have to do. Granted, there's the whole thing that if they never make a mistake, sure, that sucks. Can't really do much about that. But it's ranked. People are gonna make mistakes. I want to try and see if I can get 20 at least. Get an extra rank in my ult. Yeah, done cooked. Yeah, I'm just not sure how Artemis fucked up that heart into Sol. Like, Artemis versus Sol is not that bad of a matchup for Artemis. It really isn't. And Sarky, I need you to stop ulting in. Damn it. I can do another one, Sarky, if you really want, because I'm so unsatisfied by this game. If EQ though, I will have to go and give my dog some food. So yeah, alright. When Q, I will go give the dog some food at least. I can wait. Alright. Alright. Doggo happy. Also, I do want to say this. The 2 games I have lost today, I played mid. Coincidence? Coincidence? I don't think that's entirely true, but yeah, I lost an ADC game there, a mid game there. And I guess, yeah, I played mid in this one, but this one was an early surrender because we had a DC. So yeah, never mind. You also weren't playing Cuckoo, that's true. But I also weren't playing ADC this game. But dude, Giannis is so unfun if you don't have a team that want to play around you. I hate that stuff. It's so unfun. Giannis is a pretty rough like solo mage to pull off, unless you get full late game Giannis, then sure. Isn't every god like that? No, not necessarily. Giannis is weak. I think he's okay, but like he works the same way as you are. You don't need Staff of Murden at all. That item is terrible. What you need on Giannis in general is just like you need people to play around you. Play around the portals. Like of course he's not gonna be a yeah, but double 2 doesn't matter if it only does like 400 damage. The thing is with Giannis is that you have to play around the portals. It's his biggest strength. No teammate should ever die. You have incredible like initiation and chase potential with the portals. Like all that stuff is what you need to play around. But in this game, it felt like Sarky, you were never around mid, so I can't play around you either. Sobek missed every plug around mid, which is it happens, right? I'm not gonna sit and blame him for or anything like that, but my Sobek wasn't the greatest either, so it's tough for me to do anything on Giannis in a game like that. At least if it gets some plugs, I can do some poke with 2, but that's about it. And well, in general, I think our team just didn't play together at all. To be real, people just got caught. They ulted in by themselves and died. All I really tried to do was poke a bit, but the problem was everyone was always dead by the time I even got there. I don't really like Agni very much. Well, if I go Agni, I'm going Aspect. And I might play Hecate, but that's only if I get mid. I'm playing ADC today. I only swapped that game because I expected Thendak to play his main role good. But I guess he had a rough game. Kali aspect. I don't even think the Kali aspect is that good, to be honest. Sarky, I actually felt it was the opposite, the other way around. I think if you went on the Mordred when we were fighting on blue, he just dies for free. No way you say that. I haven't seen a good Kali aspect, man. I haven't seen a single good Kali aspect in my games. So I could be wrong. This is just based on my experience so far. I went down him, he ran away. But while we were fighting Mordred, you died under tower to Chuck. That's the moment I'm talking about. Because we were just on Mordred in that moment. And he got away because Morrigan got to rotate in. Like, he should have insta-died by the time I got there, because I got a portal on him and a 2 on him. Right there, he should have just died when he landed. It doesn't matter now, though. It's just... If we play around each other more, it's going to go easier. We need to just stick together rather than go in alone. It's something I've noticed that you do a lot in general. Sometimes it works, obviously, so that's fine, but a lot of the time it also doesn't work, and if it doesn't work, it leads to big shit, because they just kind of get you for free, and I need you alive. Either with me or just, I guess, not dead. Together. Yes. I want to hold hands. I can't hold hands if you're dead. Well, we could, but it's weird. It's been so long since I opened this game. Q's has been fast recently, but not this time, I guess. That should work out. Is this just a one-shot then? No, because there's a shield. Fuck. Anyone know what Prey I'm doing? I sometimes see him play like the Age of Empires games, I think. Maybe that's been a while now. At least that's like what I used to see him pop up here and there when he was streaming. But no, I haven't seen him in a while. Well, this sucks. I should have used this. That is... Actually, it's fine. I have a lot of shields. Never mind. I'm good. Yeah, he does have a kit. That's true. I'm sure he's busy with a bunch of other stuff too. He doesn't really do Smite full time anymore. So I would imagine he probably has a job of some kind. That's very good, actually. I have a lot of relics. Dude, I'm not getting any shields. Where are my shields? I'm just gonna take this damage, man. This sucks. It's 5 damage. Ares is out.
Select your god.
What do I want? I played Saul, Hu Yi, Apollo, on her, Rama. So maybe I do a Medusa, Artemis, Cernunnos. No, I don't want to play Uller. I want to play something with auto attacking. I want to play an auto attacker. Like Danza would be cheesy. I just pop all the clones. What a fucked up day. My bad, man. My bad. I mean, Cupid's looking pretty good, to be real with you, into their team comp. I mean, Artemis as well, to be honest. The only thing I'm really scared of with Artemis is just into Hui. The ultimate does so much damage that if you don't really have a dash or jump or whatever to get out of it, you're kind of fucked. Yeah, it's not going to be Artemis, Susano as well. I kind of want to play Artemis the most, though. Yeah, we can just log it in. I just need to be careful for Hui. That's about it. Like, it kind of goes both ways. Like, if my ult is up and he's in front of me, he's in trouble with if he doesn't have his beats up. But yeah, I don't know. I prefer watching my streams instead of playing. Maybe it's because the meta's ass. But if you mean in general, who knows? I guess it's maybe like watching football, right? Some people don't play themselves, but they still watch all the games. Something like that. I think it makes sense. Oh, let me remove the game real fast. There we go. I've never really been much of a football watcher, but I mean, I get why people watch it. And as long as they enjoy it, then I have nothing to really say about it. They do what they want to do. I'm going Aegis. At the same time, I'm not, because that's a Fenrir support. Maybe I don't go Aegis. Pain. Have to go beats. Don't think I can start with Baron's pot. I gotta grab those health pots. Pain's not here, man. I see him in my dreams. I hope he did take a break. He had a rough game earlier. He was very mad. I hope that he takes care of himself.
Okay.
In a good way.
This will not do.
Like, getting too mad over games isn't worth it, man. Then a break is needed. He feels pain.
Minions have
I think we all feel pain. Fast clear.
Your middle tower is under attack. On my way. Enemy spotted. No problem. Your middle tower is under attack.
Get out of this.
Let's play some traps for safety. Artemis is still fun. But man, does she struggle into some comps.
Your last tower is under attack. That's too bad.
Enemy mission left. Be careful.
The rain shall wash them away. I can't believe it. I'm right.
Get out of this.
Oh well. That's alright. Worth a shot.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh man. Of course. That sucks, man. I can't believe he got away with 1 HP. That's so unlucky. My ult's almost up too. Where's my Merc, huh? Where's my Merc? It's actually a pretty shit lane to gank for Merc, actually. Fenrir Hui is kind of a shit lane to gank. They're both quite safe.
Enemy has been slain. Have fun. You're welcome.
Get out of this.
I mean, why are we attacking? That's unfortunate, man. Where is it? I guess I still just go for the full normal auto build. Like, I think I actually can deal with them easier by myself than if I have Gep with me, because I feel like I keep getting baited. We need to just not walk up. There wasn't really any basis for us even attacking there. But also, where the fuck is my jungler? Huh? Susano's been here 3 times.
Your middle tower is under attack. Okay.
I'm building stacks.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left.
The right lane.
No.
Attack. Gang.
Enemies in the jungle.
This will not do. On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm crashing out.
Range shall wash them away.
I'm crashing out.
Under attack.
Attack the goal.
Why is everyone here? How many times do I need to die? Last game was Sarky. Dude, I swear, when I queue with Sarky, it's like he only camps duo when I'm playing solo. Now that I'm playing duo, what the fuck is he?
Your middle tower is under attack.
What's happening?
Tower is under attack.
I'm mostly joking, but actually kind of what the fuck.
Under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Vista, amigo. Curse it.
Like, Yi should be such an easy kill for us, because I can make him jump so easily.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy has been slain. My way.
Missing right.
The range shall
Completed.
wash them away.
Thanks.
Looks like he's going oboe first.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Out of mana.
There's no way he's not going to see this coming, but I'm going to try it anyway.
Enemy missing. Be careful. This will not do. On my way. Completed.
Enemy ultimate down.
Enemy has been slain. Completed.
Enemy
I almost feel like I would have survived more of this game if I had Aegis so far.
Enemy missing left. Enemy missing left. Be careful, middle.
Oh, he's a wrong team by himself.
Get out of this.
Rain shall wash them away.
Be right back. Your right tower is under attack.
On my way.
Giannis beats.
That's too bad.
Get out.
There's the spirit.
Probably still losing the tower, maybe?
Your right tower is
Maybe
under
not.
attack.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
On my way. The party's This will not do.
Rain shall wash them away.
Herc probably hates me after that exchange.
This will not do.
Your team has destroyed the gold fury.
Nice work.
Be right back.
I got his beats too. And he still died because of the trap. Damn. If only his ult wasn't his jump rather is so fast. I can never do it before he jumps. Tusky is too slow. Lazy fuck. Sunbeam bow, I guess? Sunbeam bow time? Does he actually have Innis frames? That's wild. Whew.
More careful.
Attack speed diff.
Okay.
Your left
This will
tower is
not
under
do.
attack.
What?
No problem.
Vital lamp? Oh, he doesn't have a heal. After healing yourself or an allied god. Does he have a heal? Am I crazy?
Group up.
I don't think he
On
has a
our
heal.
way.
Did he beat in this exchange? Let's see.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Get up this.
Enemy has been slain.
Ow. Okay, Giannis hurts now.
Be careful.
Fabuloso. Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Attack the fire giant. I bid you goodbye. I bid you goodbye.
No, no, no.
Someone tell him. Yeah, I don't think it counts. I'm pretty sure that Vital Lamp only works when it's an actual ability. But maybe he was testing it. Maybe he thought it worked on lifesteal, because he does have Death Toll, or Devos. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. There we go. So yeah, thank you guys for watching as always, I really appreciate it. Thank you for queuing, Sarky.